go. The microphone is on. Happy Sunday, the 8th of December 2024. The days are getting shorter and the nights are getting longer. And soon it'll be nighttime forever. Oh boy, oh boy. At least in the Northern Hemisphere, it happens. Anyway, welcome everyone. Good to have you here, and hope everyone is having or had a happy Sunday. And it's still ongoing for us here, of course, in Edmonton, where we're at 2 p.m. or thereabouts. And a couple more, only for a couple more weeks. Yep, then things start to get lighter by a few minutes every day, a little longer days. That'll be a very happy time for me, the winter solstice, and of course then we can carry on. And thank you for the welcomes, everyone. I appreciate that, Mars and Sue and Henry and everyone else here. Sharon is on board, and yeah, oh cool. Welcome everyone. So what's big and what's new and what's exciting? Let's take a look at the earthquake map here before we do anything else, because this will likely disappear soon. It has been up there for a little while. This is a 5.13, 3.9 kilometers down. Happened at 1:49 there at the Bardabunga. And that's a massive quake. 5.13. USGS called it a 5.2. And just to see exactly where it is located, here's Bardabunga itself, and this is very, very close to it. So, we're going to give it center of the quake, maybe about a kilometer and a half, 2 kilometers away from Bardabunga Central, if you will, or at least where the green thing is. And it's a huge quake. So that's something that is to be expected. Now, one of the things that I keep telling people, and this line here is our plate boundary. This is the North American plate. This is the Eurasian plate. These are drawn on the map as straight lines, or relatively straight with a few corners here and there. But that is not how the true fault line works, okay? A true fault line is not shaped just like that, nice and straight lines. We do have some jagged areas in there, obviously, and some of the areas, of course, will have effect on whether which plate is turning will have an effect on what's going on the other side of the plate, or the opposing plate, if you will. So yeah, we're seeing this. So 5.13, huge as far as Iceland is concerned, although not the biggest in Iceland ever, but that is definitely a sizable quake, and a good thing that the area is not very heavily inhabited. At least I don't think there's that many people there in that vicinity. We do have people along the coastal region, so that likely would have felt it. And I don't know, I haven't heard any reports from anyone from Reykjavik or Grindavik or any of those other places speak of any rumblings. So I don't know if that's happened, but yeah, it's a lot of stuff going on there with that size of a quake. And as we know, these can happen here. This is a stress point, all right, and it's happens there time and time again. So we'll likely see other quakes in there just as big or close to it, and we'll be scratching our heads going, what the heck is it doing? Anyway, I wanted to get that out of the way real quick, so everybody is aware of that quake before it disappears off of our map, and hopefully everything will be all right. Grimsvötn is there too. Yes, Grimsvötn is to the south of that. That is the other location down here somewhere, Grimsbottom. So Bardabunga up here and the Grimsbottom down here where my little mouse is, the little finger, hamster finger. Okay. But yeah, that's that general region. So um, definitely something going on there. Anyway, looking at that, that's what we had there. So, of course, when we zoom out, it kind of just puts that big splotch on there like that, and it's all cool. Tiny, teeny hamster. Yeah. Anyway, that's all cool. We'll get back to the earthquakes here in a minute or two. Well, we're still going to go yakking about earthquakes. Let's go to the other earthquake map and take a look at what we got going on here in the Aleutian Islands. And there we had a 6.3, no tsunami, according to what the Tsunami Center said. But we also have a multiple aftershocks. We've got a 5, 3.8, another 4.4, 5.5, 4.9, and a 5.8. And again, that one also saying possible tsunami, no tsunami, according to the advisory. So, um, big shaking time. Now, the fact that we see this, we had the recent quake over here along the Pacific Plate, of course, and the junction with the um, Juan Fuca Plate, and of course the North American Plate. So that's where that one is. This, of course, is the subduction zone where the Pacific Plate is subducting underneath the North American Plate up in this region along the Aleutian Islands, hence the creating the Aleutian Islands. So that's kind of what we got going on there. A little bit of shaking. So if we zoom out all the way, our numbers are way up. Well, about the same as yesterday. Yesterday we had 2460. Today 2462. So doing pretty good. But impressive to see this quake here. The 5.2 is what they're calling it. The other one that we noticed yesterday was a 5.8 on the southern mid-Atlantic ridge. So I don't know if that had any repercussions on causing this, but the fact that we're seeing this here, and we're also seeing this here, and this, why do you think that it might be the North American plate that's moving? Just saying. Just saying. Hypothetical. I don't know if that is the case because we see it from different instances, messing with the Eurasian plate over here and messing with the Pacific plate here and the Juan de Fuca and the Pacific plate here at this location. So are we seeing something to North Pole? What? Earth is dancing around the Christmas tree. Oh boy. Yeah, Earth is shaking. And we got to watch out for that. Anyway, I just wanted to kind of get at that for a second. Sorry for ranting there a little bit, but that is what it is. It's interesting and kind of makes a guy wonder, so what the heck we got going on up there, or is the North American plate doing a little bit of a twitch and giving us a little bit of a jolt? So all good. Where there's one action, there always has to be a reaction. So we'll likely see more stuff going on. All right, enough of the talk about that. I want to say welcome to everyone. Welcome to our moderators, Arizona Snowman and Piggy and Sue and Yvonne Kunkel and CND Boy and Siggy and Gura and Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, amongst other fine moderators. And thank you for being here. Appreciate you guys and the help. And also welcome to all of you that are in the chat. And I know I've already mentioned a few people. I'm not going to reiterate, but welcome on board, everyone. Good to have all of you here. And it's all good. And let's see. Um, and Turquoise Mama was asking, sorry if I asked already, cameras down and eruption still going, or has it stopped? It's pretty much stopped. There, Turquoise Mama 33. And we don't see very much at all. Every once in a while, there may be a little bit of a spatter, but as far as really real eruptive activity, it seems to all have died down, and that is kind of where we are at. And yes, we have a lack of cameras, unfortunately. Sleepy Dormouse also in. Welcome. Good to see you. All right, let's go to the charts and see what we have showing in our wonderful charts today. Let's go here to the ODF first, I guess, since it's on that one. And of course, for those who aren't familiar with it, ODF, northern part of Fragonard Fell. And looking at the chart, you'd almost think that we're going to see an eruption. Oh boy. Anyway, our magmatic, the purple color, is climbing like crazy up at that 6,000 mark. We do see a massive spike in here, and of course that was our massive quake, so it definitely showed up. And then of course our um, green, the seismicity, almost not visible because it's being shadowed over by the blue, the tectonic, and we see that rising up as well. So very cool to see that. But lots of activity and heavy activity, indicated by the fact that we're not seeing little stick lines in between here. This is all pretty solid. And that is usually telling us that we've got a lot of movement happening. And that is kind of interesting. Let's leave this one here, though. Let's go take a look at the Grindavik chart and see if that one fares a little better or worse. And here's our Grindavik chart. And of course, first off, what we notice is that huge spike, and pretty self-explanatory. That's the big earthquake, the 5.13. And then our purple, our magmatic, definitely on the uprise. And looking at seismicity, it went up as well, touching that 4,000 line. And our tectonic movement way up, and a little bit more grouped together. Is it a possibility that we'll see a resurgence of our dome or our vent coming back to life? Uh, that's a question I would ask myself at that point, looking at this graph. And I'm kind of gonna go. I'm on the fence, guys. Seriously, on the fence. It is a possibility, but will it happen? I don't know. I don't think so, but it could. It could. With that kind of activity, we may be able to see that. Yeah, sunny around 3, maybe. I don't know. Um, Anything is possible, or as we would call it in this case, a Darrow around 2. I guess there, Mars. Okay, let's go over and see what the uplift chart is doing. I'm going to have to refresh that. Let me just do that real quick. And here we go. So, yeah, we seen what we thought was uplift. And right in here, quite a bit of it. And then, what happened about 12 hours ago, or more than that, almost 24 hours ago, somewhere in here, we had an earthquake, and we seen a slight drop in our uplift. So is that a resurgence that we can't see? Does this mean that there's more magma coming out the vent and less coming out of the actual vents, or going into the cell or not going into the cell? That's the other thing. Is did this stop the magma from flowing into the sill? Did it move it too far? Did it plug the holes? When you have a major quake like that and rattling everything down underneath there, could it have blocked our magma for now? That's something that we will have to look at in the near future here, and the next few hours when we get our next couple of readings. If we don't see them going up, if we still see them down here, something is up, or not up in our case. So yeah, very interesting things that are going on there. And of course, we try to apply the basics of the scientific principles here, and see what we can come up with. So hypotheses have to have merit to them if you want to continue on. And right now, unfortunately, without being able to see anything or having other graphs or charts, we can't really tell. Now, speaking of graphs or charts, let's again back over to the map here. And I did get a chance to watch Professor Valentin Troll's video explaining what's going on here in our area of concern. And I'm happy that he put that video up there, because it does reconfirm a lot of what I was thinking. And I was thinking that we have underneath here, that we have magma sitting, and I thought it was a sill, but it's not a sill, it's a chamber. And that chamber is not so small. Okay, this is where it gets really interesting. If I'm going to tell you how big that chamber is, you will probably kind of go, huh? And you will have to go watch Professor Valentin Troll's video. That chamber is holding approximately, and this is according to Professor Troll, approximately 51 cubic kilometers of magma. That's right, you heard me, 51 cubic kilometers of magma. Okay, if I got that correct, and that is a lot of magma underneath here. And should we be concerned? Well, it's not all going to come out at the same time. 51, not just 50, but 51 cubic kilometers. Okay, yeah, that's not just a little sill or a little puddle. That is a massive amount of magma. And now, I don't know if you guys were familiar with the term moho, or what the original estimate of where the magma was coming from during our Fragile eruption. So, like, we think it came from that chamber, but it also came up on a more direct path. And we thought that it came out of the lower section that was about 15, 16, 17 kilometers down in that general area. And that's where we thought the big chamber was. But that is actually not where it is. The big chamber is up at about 11 kilometers. And the Moho line down there at the 15 or 16 kilometers, 16 to 17 kilometers down, that too contains magma, even more. Okay, so, yeah, let's just say there's a lot of magma underneath the Reykjanes Peninsula. Okay, and yeah, it's not so easy to get your head around what's all there. And consider, what could happen. But for the most part, though, you got to understand something about the pressures and the dynamics with it, and it's very interesting. Anyway, I'm not going to get into the science of how they determine the volume of that chamber at about 11 kilometers down. But if you want to, you can watch Valentin Troll's video, and it does explain it a little bit. He does go through what methods they use to calculate that and determine what we've got there. So my initial thing about thinking that there's a different feed point for a Schwarzenegger, that it wasn't coming from that 16 kilometer down a Moho area, that it came from a different area, or what I refer to as a sill. I didn't realize it was that large of a chamber. And something we now have to consider too with, if that chamber was there previously with Erupción, or Ragnar, as we call them, and the other vents, whether it's the Siggy Fisher or the Kobe Fisher, those ones, they were just getting basically the straws into the soup can there and drawing it out for those two. Whereas at one point in time, we had feed from that area, the sill or chamber at 11 kilometers down, and that's Fragedal I'm talking about, or Ragnar, and then also the deeper magma that was coming up from that 16 kilometer mark. So do you have a link to? I will get that, because this is something that is actually very cool to see. Let's see if I can bring that up. Troll volcano, where are you there? Okay. Let's see if I can find that real quick specifically for that one. And that is this. And let me see if I can get that up here. So copy, and of course I was going through some of this and trying to make heads or tails out of it. It did work. Is this video in English? I don't. Yes, it is. Valentin Troll is a German, but he does speak English. Very good English at that. So all good there. I'll just type in that here, and the video. Video is here. There we go. Okay, I'm going to pin that up top here for now. So if you haven't gone there, why is this not pinned it for me? Pin, I said, not go to channel. There we go. Got it pinned. All right, so have a look at that video, and that will be very, very cool. Did he say Achtung? I don't know, Sophie. I didn't hear him say Achtung. But when you go over there, you can always compliment him on his nice boots. He'll know what that's about. And if he doesn't remember or puts a question mark there, just tell him Tenerife. That'll get him going. And then he'll go, Achtung. Oh, so anyway, so basically he's got some of that stuff down pat there as to where that magma is coming from. And that is actually very fantastic to see. And then, of course, there's obviously some type of a dike or tunnel coming up into Schwarzenegger, pumping it into there. And then once Schwarzenegger gets full, that's when it comes out to the other area here, which is our Snooker Crater Row, and basically the soft spot for now. Now, one of the things that we were talking about before was when we were seeing the ongoing eruption while the sill was filling on one of our previous eruptions. And I just want to kind of reiterate that that probably had a parasitic vent or a parasitic dike feeding that as well as Schwarzschild at the same time. So one path going to Schwarzschild, one going over to the vent at the time, feeding Sunny. So that is a possibility. And again, that's we're speaking hypothetically because we don't actually have the cut diagram to be able to see what we were doing. Those are not German boots. I'm sure, Doctor. No, those weren't German boots. We were talking about his hiking boots on Tenerife, where he broke them. He broke the sole. And, for a professor who makes all kinds of money, you could at least afford good boots, right? But, volcanology will wear your boots out very quickly, I guess. You're forever walking on sharp rock, glass, and whatever else they've got going on there with any particular eruption, and that takes the soul out of your boots. So all good. Anyway, I just thought I'd kind of touch on that a little bit, and please do watch that video because that will give you a very, very good understanding of the scenario, what they believe is happening there, and some of the evidence that they have to back up their claim. And it's substantial. And of course, the measurements are the crucial part. And I'm very happy that they utilized the proper methods there to measure. I'm sure Yvonne Kunkel goes through lots of boots too. Yeah, I bet you. I bet you they do their Mars and welcome Galactic Volcano. Okay. Yeah, and it's very, very interesting with how the magma is sitting under there. And of course, we are only talking one small portion of the Reykjanes Peninsula. All right. There are multiple magma chambers under there in other areas, some deeper than others. And it's hard to kind of pinpoint who's got what and where it's going to come up, that kind of thing. So the other thing that Professor Atoll had on his video is the timeline about when the last eruptions were actually taking place there on the Reykjanes Peninsula. And of course, Fagradalfjall, or this specific system, the Fagradalfjall-Snøhvit system, if we combine it as being from the same source, that hasn't been active for prior to this eruption for about 3,000 years. Okay. Whereas, everyone said, well, the last eruption was 800 and some years ago. And yes, that apparently was over in Kristevik. So that's not the same system. And so this thing has been basically sitting there idle for that long. One of the things that really did fascinate me, and we were talking, I previously talked about crystallization and what can happen within a sill, whereas the level of the sill gets filled up, and we end up with a little drop in pressure, and it drops back down slightly and leaves a coating on the top of the sill area. Something there to consider is the crystallization that takes place, or concreting in a way, making it very tough. One of the things that they determined is the crystallization was happening prior to it making it into the sill. So they were seeing the crystallization already in the formed crystals already in the lava, and that's usually an indicator that it had already sat somewhere and it was parked for a while. So that material, that magma, before it came out, it was already been stored for a while in a sill or a chamber, and doing the crystallization thing. So that's something. Crystals don't grow till the material slows down and cools a little bit and allows it to. So this is something to consider there. So we've got multiple chambers with the crystallization process already starting down lower, and that to me is absolutely fascinating. Anyway, I am going to go for that break, ladies and gentlemen. So don't go away. If you do want to go watch Valentine's video, it's a little bit long, but tell them, hey, you came from over here. If you make a comment, and all helps. And on that friendly note, please, and don't forget to pop the like button here. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing if you're just lurking, peeking on in. And on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'll be back after a few songs. Don't go away. More to come. Thanks. And there we go. Microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream. Thank you for the welcome back, sir, from Egan and Sue and Alba Girl and Henry and Sharon Stewart going, I hear you. And Sophie going, yay, Doc. And thank you, Hermione and Fluffy. If Fluffy is there, Fluffy might be out in the rain hunting, or maybe Fluffy's smart enough and staying inside tonight. Thank you, Mars, as well. Appreciate that, you guys. So I hope that didn't floor everyone too much there about the physical size of that chamber. 51 cubic kilometers of magma. That's an incredible amount. Liz Markman-Moyler also on board. Welcome, Liz. And yes, Doctor, he's inside. Okay, all good. And so, and of course, that is not the only one in Iceland, okay? Just so we're aware of that. There's a multiple of these there. Some deeper, some shallower. And it's always interesting. You take your chances when you're in Iceland. And what I was really impressed with, though, was Valentin Troll's timeline. That he had the chart with the timeline of some of the other areas that had been erupting. It's hard to imagine that size. Yes, it is, Sophie. That's a lot of, that's a big bucket of lava is right. I'm just happy that there is not enough pressure to send it all out at the same time, okay? Because that would really make somebody's day not so happy. Seriously, it would not. But anyway, let's not panic too much about that. The demise of our current eruption, of course, it's basically dwindling to the end, and that's all I'm going to turn around and say for it right now. Unfortunately, it's not going to do too much more there, and we'll see what happens in our near future. We'll likely see the sill start to rise again and under Schwarzenegger and go from there. And of course, this huge quake here, the 5.13, that definitely affected the plumbing. Okay, so that is a plumbing adjustment. And things will have to sort themselves out down there for everything to work again. What happened if it don't erupt? Well, okay, right now, Sophie, that's another possibility. And I'm not trying to be a bad guy when I say this. Hypothetically, and that is a possibility that it may not erupt. And it may be a possibility that this jolt was enough to displace and cut off whatever we had as far as inflow or influx. I doubt that it did that, but there is a possibility of that. So that's something to consider as well. And if we don't have that, that means the magma, the pressure in that sill or that chamber under Eruption is going to build up and increase. And that means it's going to be looking for another path out. So if that happens, where are we going to go? Is it a possibility that Eruption may go again? Or are we going to see it continue on in the Sinuca crater row? That is the big thing here. We have to a sea eruption. That is possible as well. Because Eruption does go into the water. Okay, if it doesn't erupt, it will slowly crystallize over tens of thousands of years. Sophie, yeah. if it gets to that point, mind you, that magma, if it has heat from the bottom, it's going to turn around and stay liquefied for a long, long time, especially at that depth. And of course, we have to consider pressure, right? Pressure is the big thing there. Glacial melt might change things too, not by much, Egan, not by much. That'll be a surface issue rather than something that is 11 kilometers down. And to get the water to seep that far down in rock, well, it's possible, but we certainly hope that that never happens. If we did have, say, uh, one of our aquifers down there or something underneath the system, if it pop, we could be in a big, big trouble. Another scenario that we don't even want to consider is, what if we had the contents of Cliffervatten flow into that magma chamber? You know, that would not be a pretty sight. There won't be much left of the Reykjanes Peninsula. Okay, um, it will be a big change. That's all I gotta say. And I hope everyone is the heck out of there. But these are worst case scenarios that you could dream up, but you don't want any of that. So let's leave that alone. It will explode. Yeah. Well, the peninsula would break off potentially. Well, not necessarily break off, expand. If you got 51 cubic kilometers of magma, it's got to go somewhere. Okay. And that's something to consider. If it all came out in a heck of a hurry. But right now, it's not the scenario. So we just got to look at what we know of and what we have. And, we know that there are groundwater tables down there. And every once in a while, as we've seen in our eruption, a couple eruptions back there where we see the preomagmatic explosions, being an interaction with the groundwater getting into the magma directly, not a phreatic eruption, but preomagmatic. So water getting right into the magma and flashing the steam, causing the explosions. So those are the different scenarios. And never mind Hunga Tonga. If we had the worst case scenario of water from like I say, the volume like what Cliffervatten has, and get into that 51 square or cubic kilometers. Yeah, never mind Hunga Tonga. Hunga Tonga will be tiny. So that's something to consider. We'd hear about it all the way around the planet a few times. Yeah. So you don't want that scenario. Let's just leave it as that. I don't want to just start doing any fear mongering. So let's steer away from that part. It's just what they've come up with is showing a sizable quantity of magma under Ferganafjall, and it's a tremendous amount, and that is not all the way down to that Moho line, which is down at 16 kilometers. So this is 5 kilometers above it, and it kind of makes me go, well, okay, so we got more going on than we know of, and it's pretty awesome to see that. Anyway, we'll leave that be for right now. Let's go take a look at some of our other volcanic activity around the planet. And we'll start out with the one that's saying it's not available. Matter of fact, I got a bunch that are saying not available all of a sudden. I think it's a YouTube trying to get more commercials in there and make things about brainiacs go. Anyway, looking here and seeing that is Popocatépetl, central Mexico, approximately 70 kilometers southeast of Mexico City. And we see some fairly clean degassing going on there. And going back in time a little bit, a few shots here, looking at the day, fairly clean. For the most part, we're not seeing very heavily ash-laden material. Might be a little bit more in this stuff here, maybe a little more mix of gases or something in the earlier morning hours. Let's see, golden times right here, 6:36. Yep, still that same plume going up. And if we get back into our night view, we do see a glow coming from the caldera, indicating open lava, and that is being lit up. And let's see if we can get that to show a little bit more. Yeah, you can see the glow there. So that is pretty awesome. I'm just looking to see if we had any spouting or anything like that go on. Just going back a little bit more deep into the night, and yeah, we see it doing its thing. Pretty normal there from what we got. What about right here? This had a little bit of a break. I wanted to see if it had popped up. I see a little bit of an interruption there. So yeah, it's definitely continuing doing its wonderful deeds. So don't see too much more there that would indicate anything explosive or super eruptive. So we are just seeing the standard degassing from our wonderful Popocatépetl, central Mexico, and all good. Let's go to our next one, and that will be Fuego, and I hope that's visible. Of course not. Fuego is not visible, and Volcano Gray. And let's go back in time and see if we can find it hiding in here somewhere. Not a good scenario. Nope, no visibility at all. And I didn't even check earlier. So Fuego in Guatemala is not available. It's hiding. It's put up the gray screen of death. And it's probably changing clothes or something. We're not allowed to look. Anyway, we hope we get the visibility back on Fuego later on, and some of that cloud clears. Let's go to the next one, and this one will be in Costa Rica, Rincon de la Vieja, and it too is hiding behind the clouds. This is, of course, in Costa Rica in the rainforest, and yeah, they just updated the photo to a more gray, and that is always nice. Gotta love that. Anyway, that is Rincon de la Vieja in Costa Rica. Next one, Poaz crater. And yay, we can see Poaz crater. And the water level is rising again. Pretty wild. Poaz crater. Come on, picture. Oh, come on. Give me my picture back. Oh, no. I didn't want that kind of an update. I wanted to see it. I hate when they update pictures. A minute and it changes to nothing but volcano gray. Darn it. Well, I guess it is what it is. Let's continue on, and we will go over to our Chilean friends. And I don't know how many Chilean friends we've got. I'm going to refresh this and see if we see anything here. Oh, it didn't refresh. There we go. Now we're refreshing. No, we're not seeing any Villarrica, not seeing any Copahu or any of the other ones. Only Puihi Cordon Coulee, aka Chicken Cordon Bleu, and that is current. And we're not seeing any eruptive activity. Maybe some birds flying by through the shot here, but that's it. Nothing special, so we'll leave that one be. Welcome back, Mars. And yeah, you didn't miss anything. Popo's behaving, and everybody else is doing their thing. Let's put us back to, well, no, we got enough time. Let's go and do this. Oh, that's not the right screen. We were not looking for this screen. Let's put it on this one. This is our wonderful Helemaumau crater, and that is in Kilauea in Hawaii. And of course, Kilauea is doing its thing, degassing from Helemaumau, pretty normal, and don't see too much else going on there right now. Let's go make that one smaller. We'll get over to the Hawaii map, and I am going to zoom that out first, and quite a ways, and then we are going to make that a full screen and then get rid of the other stuff here. All right, so what we're looking for, of course, is earthquakes, and not seeing anything new in the other islands, and nothing on Maui, nothing over here on the big island, or sorry, the Honolulu, Oahu, I should say. And yeah, looking at the big island, we don't see too much activity in the north either. So whatever is there today is kind of happening in the active area. It's not really all that much from what we see. We got a 1.7 way over in the eastern side here. 1.7 there, 2 there. If we zoom in just a little bit here and take a look at some of the other ones, we got another 2, 1.7, 1.7, 2.3 from yesterday, and this is a couple days ago, 1.8, and 1.7 from 2 days ago, and this one 1.7 from yesterday. These two out here, 1.7, both yesterday's. So we'll leave those guys be. This one is a 1.7 yesterday as well, 2.3 from today, 2.9 from 2 days ago. This is 1.9 from yesterday, and this is 2.1 from 2 days ago. Getting in here, 1.8 from yesterday, and the 2 from yesterday. Come on, where's my quakes? There they are. All right, looking at the one in the water here, 2.4 yesterday's, 2.8 yesterday's, 2 days ago for this 2, and 1.8 yesterday's. Yeah, so we haven't seen that much new stuff for today. These are both yesterday's, 2.2 and 2, 2.2, 2.1, 2.1, 2.2, and another 2.2, and a little 1.9. So most of these are yesterday. Oh, hang on, these two are today's. The other one is yesterday's. This is 2 days ago. So that kind of gives you an idea of what we've got going on there. So if we zoom that back out a little bit and kind of look at the rest of it, we know we aren't seeing as much as we could there in Hawaii. It is time for me to go take that break, though. So we're going to go do that, and we'll put you back on the Icelandic screen here and make sure that those things are moving, and hopefully we'll get them all going. That one is going Salingafeld and Thorbjorn, even though there's no visibility, just in case. And of course, we see our earthquake map down on the bottom right and the archive footage on the bottom left. And on that note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'm going to go take a break. We'll be back after a few songs. Don't go away. Keep smiling, everyone. Bop that like button if you haven't done that yet. Subscribe if you're lurking and you're enjoying the show and you want to see more of it. That'd be awesome, too. And here we go with the music. I'll be back, and we'll have bacon seeds after the break. Don't go away. Thanks. And there we go. The microphone is back on. Hang on. You know what? I'm looking at something and I misquoted, and I'm going to correct myself. According to the map or a diagram that Professor Valentin Troll put up, I said 51 million cubic, 51 cubic kilometers of magma. That's incorrect. Let me read what it says here on the screen, and that is the volume. Basically, this translates to some 50,000 cubic kilometers of magma in the reservoir. Okay, that's. I'm going to say that again. This is as per that video. This translates to some 50,000 cubic kilometers of magma in the reservoir. And just so I don't make a mistake here, yes, 50,000 cubic kilometers. Okay, that's 50,000 cubic kilometers. That's each is cubic kilometers, 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer, wide, tall, and deep. So that's what's under there. Yeah. Yeah, that's basically it. If you want to write it that way, or you can write it km cubed. Whoops, that's not degrees. There we go. Something like that. Okay, so is under the whole peninsula? No, is underneath that chamber. That's the chamber. Under Philadelphia, yes. Not under the peninsula. There's more under the peninsula, but that is what they equate it as, and that's what they've got posted there. So yeah, that's no, that's I'm just under the Philadelphia area. Okay, yeah, that's just a tad bit of magma. Anyway, don't let that scare you though. But the time that you want to look at on his video for that diagram is right at 7 minutes into his video. That is the perfect diagram. That's what I was reading from. It's right at 7 minutes. And of course, that is the video that I've got posted at the top of the chat if you need that link. As what is all of that going to need a bigger truck? Yeah, well, Wonky, we got to have a chat about where you're drilling holes, okay? Oh, boy. Anyway, looking at that diagram, though, I wish I could use it, but I don't have, I should have asked Val for permission. To put that in perspective, Dr. Fox, there's about, 10,000 cubic kilometers of magma under Yellowstone. Yeah, well, yeah, put it into a perspective. Okay. And what's that tell you, Mars? Should you be worried about Yellowstone? Yeah, it's it's and I didn't make that up. You guys can go look at it right at 7 minutes in there, and that is what it was. And that is a heck of a lot of possibility there. Now, not today. Yeah, no thanks. Oh, and does that, I mean, a new drill rig? Wonky. Okay, drilling a 12-foot wide diameter hole should be enough to allow magma to flow. That's 5 times bigger than Yellowstone. Yeah, that's nuts. But You know, the thing is that Val did say that won't ever all come out at the same time. There's just that's not going to happen, so don't panic. But you know, if we ever consider ourselves short of magma, don't. Iceland has plenty of it, and if the pressure was right, it would be sustained. You know, if it's coming out at 100 cubic meters a second, we could keep that eruption going for a couple hundred years. uh, Mount Ragnar at 18,900 meters in height, covering all of the Reykjanes Peninsula. Uh, I have no idea. Man, that would be crazy. Well, if you would quit wrecking the drills, but we needed a new one, wonky donkey. Yeah, we won't need new ones. You know, if it's, I blame it on the apples there, Mars. Oh boy, oh boy. 3D kilometer. Yeah. Um, yep, it is. Anyway, that's pretty cool. All right, let's carry on. I wanted to get. We did Mexico. We did Hawaii, and we wanted to do bacon seeds. So let's get onto those before we get too far into it. This is our last bacon seed from yesterday, and the one sitting at Santa or being right close to Santa. Let's get to the first one here today, and that is this lovely fella. He's pretty much a black faced, um, but I think he might try going for the old red nosed reindeer helper if needed, although his is more pink than red. Pretty cool looking pig. Let's get to the next one, and here we go. This one apparently doesn't like the shirt, or maybe he's trying to put it on and he can't get it on. I have something. New drill rig with apples equals heaven. Oh no. John, welcome. And let's get to the next one. I think he's going to go in for his snout bop. Yeah, possibly. Well, you can always get snout bop by that instead. And there you go, little smiley one. And that is all awesome. Let's get to the next one. And this is cute. Welcome, Lizoid. Here's a bunch more. And they're all hanging around Mama. And I'm not sure how many's in that picture. It looks like maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 at least that I can see there. Maybe an eighth one hiding in the background. I have no idea. Too many of them in there, a little fuzzy or blurry picture, but hey, it is what it is. It's not AI, that's for sure. AI would be a lot cleaner looking. Yeah. This is not AI either because it's partially out of focus, and that's okay though. We got one looking up and one looking down, ready to attack that cameraman, and that is pretty awesome. Love these bacon seeds. Next bacon seed is and these two. Well, there's actually more than two. If you look in the background, you can see a whole bunch of them. But yeah, they're in their wood chips, and they're checking out the wood chips. It's all cool. Must be fresh wood chips, and they're looking for things. Anyway, looking awesome. Let's get to the next one. And these guys are in. They got wood chips and hay or straw or something for their bed makings there, and that looks pretty cool. And these guys all look like they're kind of trying to keep warm or something. Maybe it's cold out there and they're just trying to stay snuggled. It looks like it might be a heat lamp there. All good for them. Let's get to the next one and see what we got. More Christmassy stuff. This one's saying, hey, you like my tree? Speaking of trees, I did assemble my tree last night, and I did start hanging ornaments on it. And of course, I pulled the wonderful little bunnies out of the drawer today. We'll get those hung there. I don't know when I'm going to have it ready, but it's going to be next day or so, and I might show that off on the other cam, other stream. And here's another little guy. He says, "You like my tree? It looks pretty in the background." Oh, good. And this is supposed to be our last bacon seed. And this is these little ones watching while the parents are wrapping the gifts. And of course, they're all smiles about who gets what. And they want to get at those gifts. And that is a pretty awesome. Peeking at presents. Yep. They want to get at them and see what's there. Anyway, that is supposed to be our last bacon seat, but as always, I can't help myself. I added bonus bacon seeds. And here's one, and he looks a little fuzzy, but he is a Christmas pig nonetheless, and looking cute. And here is our last one. And the last one, I'm before I show it, it's a German pig. Okay, so I'm sorry if you need a translation. We'll see if we can find someone to do that for you. Here we go. No, hang on. What happened to my German pig? That's not my German pig. I know I have my German pig here somewhere. I gotta find my German pig. Although this is cute too. Where is my German pig gone? Oh, somebody has stolen him. Okay, I think I found him. I think I found him. Actually, we weren't supposed to show him till tomorrow. I gotta show him today. That's it. Forget it. Here we go. And he's singing. This is a wonderful, wonderful singing pig from Germany. O Tannenbaum, wie treu sind deine Blätter. Yep, and that's what he was singing, just like that. Christmas tree. Yep, absolutely. And I love pigs that can sing like that. They're wonderful. Anyway, a big thank you to Piggy for all of the bacon seeds, except the bonus ones. But that is all good and excellent. Yeah, the singing part or the pronunciation? Sharon. I don't know if I did that very well either. Anyway, German's getting rusty. What be any worse than you, Doc? Okay, I'm sure, John. I'm sure. Nice Christmas tree, Piggy. Yeah, if you don't know German, you might think that was a bad humor. Well, actually, it wasn't bad humor, but it was bad humor. Both, yeah, thanks. Oh, okay. Show the singing part through what every day through Christmas. Oh boy. Well, we'll see if he can sing the rest of the song. Germain Xmas song. Well, O Tannenbaum certainly is. That's actually, I think, probably the first song I ever learned to sing. Okay. And, as kids, that's something that will stick with you for the rest of your life. So consider that. That's pretty cool. Anyway, we'll leave him be and leave our little cuties for wonderful time there. And let's continue on with our volcanic activity around the world. and we'll zip over to our next port of call, and that is there at Merapi, Central Java, Indonesia. And it looks like we've got a heavy lenticular style cloud wrapped around the top of Merapi. And again, Merapi, Central Java, Indonesia. And yeah, they look like they had a bit of cloud up there. I'm trying to spot here the place where we had a little bit of glow coming through the cloud, and there it is. We do see on the IR cam, it did come through fairly well there, but up here in the color cam, we only see a tinge of orange, and that's because of the heavy cloud and bad weather, unfortunately. And going back a little further, we see some more lenticular style cloud, a sombrero or a cowboy hat on top there, and looking at the glow, something to keep it warm, and a little bit of bacon bits coming down the hill, for a lack of better words. And let's see if we can spot something flowing here. What about right there? Well, we see very little here on the visible side on the color, but the IR or infrared definitely showing up, showing us lots of material heading down the hill, and still not seeing too much. It's rainy season, so that's what we get. Unfortunately, let's put that back on live, and there it is. You can see those clouds still whipping by at tremendous rates, and you also see in here a very large volcanic tremor, and unfortunately, we don't see anything. Okay, and it's just due to weather. Let's leave that guy be a little bit smaller, and we'll go over to Madame Rusa and see if she has anything new listed on to all. And no, she's still on the 4th, so nothing new as of yet. Let's go over to New Zealand real quick, and we're going to take a look at our wonderful Taupo. And Taupo, of course, is the lake, is the Taupo is the caldera for Taupo, the volcano, but it's also called Taupo Lake. Unfortunately, visibility somewhat obscured by the cloud in the background, so we aren't able to see all the way to Mount Ruapehu. And of course, we have some schmutz. Actually, it looks like something hanging in front of the camera. It looks like maybe a piece of plastic. I wonder what's going on. Is that what it is? Something hanging off of there? We thought maybe moth dust from the wings or something, but that's jiggling and moving. So it's maybe some plastic or something. Who knows? Hopefully maybe they're painting and they decided to cover the camera. That's a possibility too, right? Anyway, dead spider. Well, that could be too. Could be cobwebs for all we know. Need a long stick with a little brush on there, soft brush, just to get it off the camera if that's the case. And that's a very good point there. It could be a spider, cobwebs, and that kind of stuff. Anyway, Taupo looking not that good, but not that bad. Current temperature is 68 Fahrenheit, 20 Celsius. Wind blowing from the northwest at 13 miles per hour and 21 kilometers an hour. And the current humidity is 74%. So that is pretty awesome, but no flea market today. Unfortunately, we'll have to wait till next Saturday for us, Sunday for them. Let's leave that be, make that smaller, and get it back over to there. Actually, let's get us back over to our Icelandic view. And we don't really see anything in Iceland anyway, but we are going to leave it here in case something pops and shows through. We'll be ready for it. And that's in the top two screens. Bottom two, of course, left side archive footage, right side earthquake map for the Reykjanes Peninsula, and kind of zoomed in on our eruptive area in there. So All right, let's leave that and going to go take that break. And those good people who are here, if you have not yet bought that like button, please help us out. Support the channel by bopping the like. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing. That'd be awesome too. And on those notes, I'll be back after a few songs. Keep smiling. I'll be back. go. We got the microphone back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream, and good to have you here. Thank you for the welcome backs there from Egan and John, and just type in Santa, and you'll see it there, wonky. And thank you, Sue, and our wonderful Sharon Stewart. And I'm trying to keep up here with the stuff. I had something else in my mind here, and now I got sidetracked. I found the website that tracks both the ISS and the Chinese space station. Email me the link there if you like, and that'd be cool. Let's see. Who did that? Kathleen. Thank you. Kathleen gifted a 5-pack. That is awesome. And speaking of gifting things and stuff, I put in a complaint to YouTube today. So, like, why aren't they gifting the people that are in the chat rather than everyone from the outside of the chat? It's the people inside the chat that are already here should be rewarded, and that'd be cool, right? So anyway, we're actually down in membership because of that, and it's not going to people we know. It's just like it's being thrown away. People that get gifted, they never ever show up. So what's the sense? They may be on the internet somewhere, but they're not in our stream, and that's not drawing people into the stream, unfortunately. Yeah, well, that's kind of what it almost feels like. I want it to hit people I know. I mean, even if we, out of a 10, maybe a 5 got nailed here in the chat, and 5 went to external, that kind of thing, I'd be okay with that. But, it's all going to people we have no clue who they are, if they even have the inkling and wanting to be a part of the lava family or anything like that. Hey, Grandma B throws one in as well. Thank you, Grandma B. Grandma B gifted a 1. Thank you very much, Grandma B. Appreciate that. And again, it's people that I have no clue of ever seeing here. So anyway, yeah, Ez is in the house. Somebody like Ez would get it. I wouldn't have a problem with that. Or John, or KC, or Sue, or some of the other moderators. That was the other comment I put in there. Why aren't the moderators being nailed? They should be getting free memberships. Never mind, having us to put that in. And it is what it is. But that's my little rant. I threw that in. Hopefully somebody will read it and go, okay, well, and memberships are down because of it, right? Because they're going to people that we have no clue who they are. Anyway, thanks, Barbara, for the welcome back there as well. And I see Brett is in here. 1 in a billion shot. Yep, that's kind of what it is. I want to see people in here. 1 in a billion a shot. Yeah, it's too many. Anyway, all good. So yeah, where are we going? We're going to go there. Okay. Should we go there? I sent you the link. You sent me the link. Oh, let's copy that link. Copy link and paste. So ISS and these Chinese space station tracker. Okay, and there we go. And we'll put that link in here. What the heck is this thing doing? I hit paste. Come on. There you go. That's slightly a different one, but I will do that again. And There's a link to it, so we'll paste that in there, and you guys can head on over and bookmark that for yourself if you want to follow the ISS and the Chinese station. They're all there. And I'm going to California again soon, driving my bike down to visit the family. I'll drive safely there, Brett. And anyway, I did say I was going to go somewhere, and people didn't reply. Nobody reads Japanese, I guess. All right. Yeah, the link works. Dr. Fox, awesome. And here, no, where's my Chinese stuff? That didn't work. Okay. All good. Let's go to Japan and see what we got going on there. Let's see. Where the heck is my Japanese page? There. I found it. I found it. And that looks a little bit funny. Let's leave that be. Okay. Hey, they made us attend. Oh, they took off already. Sue, ice cream boat, outbound. Calling all the hands on deck there for the hydrofoil. Get the engine started remotely, please, and get it ready for Sue. Sue will be using the hydrofoil to get there really quickly. And make sure you turn on stealth mode, please. I don't want to see anything, and it's all good. Yeah, that boat goes real fast. Don't get in the way. You'll literally get cut in half if you're in the way. Anyway, looking at what we got in the background here, though, that is Sakurajima. Sakurajima just across from Kagoshima, southern end of Japan, and doing its thing. So pretty cool. But let's see what else we got there from the other angles. And this, of course, the closer up view. We see majority of the plume kind of heading up and over towards the camera view or camera location, but elevating somewhat. So a little bit weird trying to look at that. Going back in time a little bit, we see it was hanging lower, not quite as intense. And going back into the nighttime, lots of stars in the background indicating that's not a very heavy plume coming out of there. And we continue to see the degassing and no glow from magma until we get to about here. Let's get that other light out of there. We might be able to see a little bit more. No, it's not going to work. And it does have a little bit of an orange tinge right in here. So I'm thinking there might still be some open lava. And you can see a little bit more here, a little bit more orangey. And that could be open lava within that caldera. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, I'm not seeing a heck of a lot, but we got a UFO here. Looks like a space worm making its way, inching across the sky at almost light speed. Very, very cool. Let's go here. We see a larger plume kind of heading off. Oh, and there he is. That's another space worm going like crazy. You got to watch out for those when you're out there. And the ISS has space worm shields from what I heard. They were installed a year ago or so. Anyway, let's leave that be. A little bit of glow there, and hard to tell if that's from moonlight, city light, or a little bit from the caldera, or from the lava, or all of the above. So pretty cool. Let's leave that be. That's the current condition. It does look like it is continuing to degas. I take what you take, Sue. Oh, marzipan infused vanilla with orange and dipped in a dark chocolate. Oh my God, that's heavenish. I gotta like that. That is awesome. Thank you, Sue. And that is a very, very nice ice cream. Let's get to the next one. And this is our wonderful ASO. ASO, of course, is a super volcano. It is about 25 kilometers by 19 kilometers in size. The only active vent within the system right now is this one here, at least that we know of. And it is degassing and heading towards the sun. The sun is drawing everything in. Funny looking cloud in the back here. That's a mothership. Don't let anyone fool you. It's too round and perfect to be anything but, right? Alien ships cloaked with the clouds. Anyway, I'm kidding. I have no idea what's inside that. Let's go a little further back here and see. This is about an hour ago. Looks like they still have a little bit of a snow/frost on the ground, and we are still seeing a lot of degassing at that point. Into the nighttime, we do see the degassing continuing there. Let's zip through real quick and see. Yeah, a little bit. That's about just about 7 hours ago. Let's take a peek at about 9 hours ago, and that would be in here. And yeah, a little bit of moonlight actually hitting that. So that is pretty awesome. And a little further back, take a look at that as well. And more degassing as it shows up here on the screen. And that is from, of course, the moonlight helping us a whole bunch to be able to see it. Putting it back to live, though, there it is. This is Aso, and that is in southern Japan, about a couple hundred kilometers north of Sakurajima. So down at that end of the world, anyway. Let's make that smaller and go to our next one. And this is Asama. Asama-san is about 100 kilometers west-northwest of Tokyo. And we can see the degassing occurring at the moment. And it definitely got higher volumes pumping out right there in that shot. Let's go back a little bit. Yep, even here, looks like even it might be a little darker now. There's some silhouetting because the sun is coming from the other side there. But we're looking, I guess, kind of south. Anyway, that is hard to tell, but it looks like a little bit of silhouetting. Not so much really dark material coming out. Going back into the night, we do see the haze and fog over top, but hard to tell what it actually is producing. Again, the same thing in that shot. Going further back in time, 1:22 a.m., about the same. And we go even further, then we were obstructed by some cloud that moved in there. And prior to that, even more clouds, more lenticular type cloud build, if you wish to call it that. Anyway, let's leave it be. That is in Japan, and that is all cool. So that is Asama, and again, that's about 100 kilometers west-northwest of Tokyo. Back to our ice cream boat. Let's get that to the right time. There we go. And hot air, dock. Yep, that's what it is. Lenticular cloud. Actually, it's a combination of layers of hot and cold air, creating unique patterns. Starry night. Yep, I heard a song with that in it once. I think I did anyway. All right, everybody's got the ice cream. Let's go over back to Iceland, and we will take a look here and just make sure that everything is working here and up to date. I want to click on him for a second. I want to click there, and then we go to the other one, make sure they're all moving. That one's still not moving. Okay, that'd be this one. All right. Okay, they're taken away. All right. So what we want to do is go have a look at the volcano report. And that is, where is it? There it is. I found it. All right. Volcano report. Late Saturday's volcanic activity. We had 4 volcanoes on the list, and starting out with Ibu Halmahera Island, Indonesia. Discrete volcanic ash to 6,000 feet or 1,800 meters reported at 2000. Then Nevado del Ruiz in Colombia. Light volcanic ash emissions to 19,000 feet or 5,800 meters are reported at 2,000. And Semeru, East Java, Indonesia. Volcanic ash to 14,000 feet or 4,300 meters reported at 2145. And of course, Dacono. Can't have Dacono with or Ibu without Dacono, or is it the other way around? Anyway, Dacono being the big brother today. Halmahera Island, Indonesia, of course, and volcanic ash to 14,000 feet or 4,300 meters, reported at 2215. And that is yesterday's volcanic activity. And for today, we have 9 volcanoes on for Sunday's volcanic activity, starting out with Canlaon in the Philippines. And that eruption to 9,000 feet or 2,700 meters reported at 1:15 a.m. Then Santiaguito in Guatemala, possible volcanic ash emissions reported at 1:15 a.m. Then discrete volcanic ash emissions to 14,000 feet or 4,300 meters reported at 1,500. Next is Popocatépetl, Central Mexico. Constant volcanic ash emissions observed to 22,000 feet or 6,700 meters reported at 2:15 a.m. Then possible volcanic ash emissions reported at 13:30. And volcanic ash not observed reported at 19:30. Next is Sangay in Ecuador. Occasional volcanic ash emissions observed to 20,000 feet or 6,100 meters reported at 3:45 a.m. And then Dacono, Halmahera Island, Indonesia. Volcanic ash to 14,000 feet or 4,300 meters reported at 4:15. And again, to volcanic ash to 16,000 feet, 4,900 meters reported at 16:15. So that's pretty cool. 12 hours later, at 2,000 feet more. Fuego in Guatemala. Volcanic ash emissions ongoing, reported at 6:15 a.m. Then sporadic emissions of volcanic ash are reported at 17:30. And Ibu, Halmahera Island, Indonesia, in there again as well. Volcanic ash to 7,000 feet, 2,100 meters, reported at 7:30 a.m. And then volcanic ash to 6,000 feet, 1,800 meters, reported at 19:30. Next is Semeru, East Java, Indonesia. Volcanic ash to 14,000 feet or 4,300 meters, reported at 9:45 a.m. and again at 15:45. And the last one, I think, is the last one. Yeah, last one on the list, Nevado del Ruiz in Colombia. New volcanic ash emissions to 26,000 feet or 7,900 meters reported at 2015. And thank you, Sue, for sending that in. That is awesome and all good. And really like that. That is a good report as usual, and thank you. Really do appreciate it. Okay, let's continue on. Well, it's actually just about break time, so we will save the earthquake report for after the break. Now, we did have a quick look at a few that were happening, specifically the 5.13 from Iceland, and as USGS called it, a 5.2, close enough, but no typos today. Awesome, Sue, and yeah, no problem. It's all good. No typos and no explosions. Just eruptions. I'm happy. It's all good. It is time for me to take a break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll come back with earthquakes after the break. And in the meantime, you will just go and do that. Here's some music. Hit the like button if you haven't done that yet. And on that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX Livestream. I'll be back. Thanks. Okay, there we go. Microphone back on. I had to finish that up real quick. And no worries. I just figured I'll let you guys know anyway. But yeah, all good. So thank you for the welcome back, sir, from Egan and John and Barbara and let's see, Kathleen and Sarah saying a Doc on the phone. Yeah, thanks, Mars and Sue and Brett as well. I appreciate the welcome backs. And yeah, let's get into our next little area here, and that, of course, is our earthquakes. So we'll see what's happening around the world earthquake wise. Just have to do a little bit of maintenance here in the meantime and fix that up and get over here. All right. Earthquake map. There we go. All right. So let's take a look at what's shaking. And we have a lot of quakes on the planet, and they are shaking. So let's start out with here in the Kuril Islands and Russian territory. We have a 6.0 from 3:24 a.m. 207 kilometers down for that one. So that's a fair size. No showing of any kind of a tsunami there for that. And this one off the Kamchatka Peninsula, 4.5 in magnitude, 1720 yesterday, and 56.3 kilometers down. The other one here also, well, they're calling it Russian region. That's part of the Aleutian Islands, and that is a 4.2 from yesterday, 21:27, and 10 clicks down. And of course, today's activity here. And we have up in the north here a 5.8 closer to Attic. We got a 5.4. And we also have a 4.9. And zooming in a little more, we have a 5.8 there. And we have a 6.3, 4.4, and 4.8, and a 5.0, and the small one out of the batch, 3.8. So a little bit of activity here, and could that mean that we're going to see something pop? Well, it may influence it, and we don't know yet. We'll see what happens. Anyway, that's there. So as I mentioned before at the beginning of the show, we are seeing a lot of interesting activity around the North American plate, and I want to reiterate here that people don't get confused. This is still technically part of the North American plate right in here, okay? North American plate. And here's our fault line. So North American plate, even though it's Eastern Russia, and that's all part and parcel to it. So there's some subplates in there, but that's more or less considered part of North America. And that's pretty cool. So we see those shakers there all along here. We see this stuff down here, this massive amount of quakes, with the big one being that 7.0. And that is what happened a couple of days ago. So that's kind of what we got all the way around. And I think North America is moving a little bit. And something that makes me believe that it's moving is also we have this 5.2 in Iceland, and that, of course, being drawn slightly further over their fault line, because they moved it a little bit. But that is, I think the quake is a little closer to the fault line, and that, of course, they're calling it Höfen, Iceland. It's yeah, it's a part of Bunga is where it is. So I don't know where Höfen is. 111 kilometers northwest of Höfen. Well, that's nice, but I've never heard of the place. Anyway, that is what we got on the other side of the pond. So very interesting to see that. Now, we are also seeing some normal activity through the San Andreas Fault, and as long as we keep seeing those, we're all good. That means nothing else is binding or buckling, and things are just grinding past each other, which is absolutely wonderful. Nothing in Central America. We still see our normal stuff here in Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic. I'm not going to worry about those so much. Now we're also seeing another group here, and this is between the Pacific Plate and the Nazca Plate. This is fairly fresh. There's a 4.4. They call it the Central East Pacific Rise. 4.4 from 9:26 today. The other one is a 5.6 from 11:07. The next one is 5.1 from 13:27. And then this one here, 5.0 from 9:42, all deemed to be about 10 kilometers down. So a little bit of activity there. So maybe we have two plates moving. I don't know. Something like that. Anyway, everything is moving. We're breaking up. We're breaking up. It happens. Hey, Billy Bob Joe is here. Welcome. Dang swarming. Yep. Do the big earthquakes loosen up faults in other locations and trigger other big quakes? I ask because I noticed a big quake cluster together at, yeah. There is a certain amount of effect there, Brett, but like one quake will cause it. And again, it depends on how the quake is oriented, which direction the pulses are coming off of that quake. It's all kind of mixed together, and everything has an interaction, if you will. So it's kind of hard to explain that way, but it all acts or interacts. You get one reaction over here that causes another action over there, kind of thing. It may be small, it may be large, it may be just enough to take that one little tiny keystone pebble out of place and cause a huge eruption or a huge quake. There's all kinds of little scenarios that we could look at. Anyway, nothing else in the rest of South America, and that includes out here in the South Sandwich Islands. Not seeing any more activity on the bottom of the mid-Atlantic ridge either, so all good there. Following through, though, on our Antarctic rise, we do have this one, Balleny Island region, and that's from 9:31 to 4.8 at 10 kilometers down. And now that again is affecting the Eurasian plate, or the Indonesian, Australian Indonesian plate, and Antarctica. So that is on the move too. Pretty cool. And looking at the rest, we don't see anything else there. Zooming into New Zealand, we don't have anything. Nothing in the Kermadec Island regions. Tonga had this one, a 5.4 from yesterday at 16:25, 10 kilometers down. Fiji had a few. 4.4, 2051 yesterday, 479.3 kilometers down, and 4.4 from 1047 today, 589.9 kilometers down. Might as well just round it up to 590. Nothing in Vanuatu or the Solomons or Papua New Guinea. Getting into the eastern parts of Indonesia, we see this one, 4.9, and that's not too far away from Timor-Leste. And they call it Timor-Leste. Hey, go figure. 9:07 a.m. and that's 522.1 kilometers down. That's technically still in the band of sea, but I guess. Anyway, we see that other fault there. Nothing else over here on Java, nothing at Sumatra going all the way up into Myanmar in India. We don't see anything new there, but we do have three quakes here. and this one is 4.9, and that came in at 10:11, 10 kilometers down. This one a little closer to Halmahera Island, 5.0 from 1944 yesterday, 37 kilometers down, and just north here we see a 4.2, and that's 11:51 today our time, and 227.4 kilometers down. Looking at the rest, nothing up and through the Philippines or Taiwan, nothing here in Guam or the Marianas or the Volcano Island or Izu Island regions, nothing in Japan. And that brings us all the way back up to the Kuril Islands, that 6.0 we looked at already. Looking up in the northern parts of China and or Russia, I don't see anything there. Let's have a look here, and this one is in China, a 4.5 from 11 at 12, and 10 kilometers down for that. The other one, Afghanistan, a 4.2 from 1:29 a.m., and that's 191.9 kilometers down, fairly deep. And zooming back out, looking at Africa, don't see anything there, and we have nothing new on the Arabian microplate or the Anatolian plate or the Aegean plate. So all good there. We'll leave those be. Nothing in the Azores, and the only one that is visible here of a size, and that is a what they're calling a 5.2, and that is at Barnabunga. And Höfen is not, well, I don't know where the heck Höfen is. I wonder where that is. I'll have to look that up. It's not in the ice pack. Whatever, it's 111 kilometers away. That gives us quite a distance. 111 kilometers. Okay, so that would be 50, 100. That could be on the coast somewhere. I'm just thinking. Does a quake temporarily alter the force of gravity at the hypercenter? That is a good question. I don't believe so, though, because gravity is considered a weak force, and it is everywhere. So even if you shift something, the gravity will still pull on it. So if you take your 20-ton mass and you move it, it's still going to. It's in the southeast. Thanks, Barbara. So yeah, I don't think the gravity is not going to affect gravity at that particular point. Let's just say, Egan, you're not going to float away. Okay, gravity's still going to keep you keep the earth pushing up underneath your feet. Although the shaking may distort your footing, but that is what we got. So I don't know how you want to interpret that. Anyway, that's pretty cool. Yeah, if gravity disappeared, that would be amazing. So lots of quake activity around the planet, and looks like, the North American plate, of course, getting jolted on multiple points here. And we kind of go, what do we got happening? And now we're starting to see things bleed over to the Pacific plate. And of course, the subduction underneath here. I wanted to kind of mention that for those. I'm going to just draw arrows here. So subduction. Oh, I'm not in yellow. I hope. Well, let me change that to yellow settings so we can see it. Black is so hard to see on there. We'll grab that color. That'll work. So a subduction happening in those regions. We have a subduction going right into the corner here, and we have a subduction going in underneath. And this is all technically subducting underneath there, especially from this point onward here. So we got a lot of that going that away. And then over here, we have some more ridges, and that causes some of that to go to the east. And well, it's all kind of going to the east. It's actually more going to the southeast and northwest, if I recall correctly. Anyway, the subducting plates, that's of course what is causing Hawaii to stretch out like this. And that, eventually Hawaii, this the island as you know it now, in 10 million years, it'll probably be over here. No, hang on. That's a little too quick. Let me get a little closer. So, yeah, I think the big island will give in 10 million years, maybe over here. Okay. So, 80 million years. Yeah, 10 million years will be around here, because this is about 5 million years here. So, yeah, 80 million till it's at Alaska. Okay, 80 million. I'll stick around twice the distance from uh, Kauai. Okay, okay, 5 million. All right, no problem. Um, yeah, if it takes that long, we're okay with that. I'm plenty fine with that. Let's leave that. Get rid of my chicken scratch on the screen here, and go back over. Well, that's our earthquakes. So the only other place, we can zoom back into Hawaii itself, and on the USGS map here, it doesn't show as much activity, but we see the older ones, and you can see where everything has been happening. And you can use the Hawaii map link to conform to and be able to see where everything is as well. So, fair amount of activity. Pahala, of course, and that is all around the 30 kilometer mark down, and we're seeing a lot shallower stuff happening over in this region. So, things to keep an eye on, and that is rated around sea level or very close to it. I know these things offhand. Offhand? Which one, left or right hand? Uh, hmm? Yeah. Off by heart, off by hand. That's always interesting. Anyway, yeah, we can load that SO2 map, and we'll have a sneak peek before I go take off for the break. So let's get over to it. Windy.com, go down and select more layers, and then slide down until you get to SO2, and that is what we are choosing. And we zoom out, we'll just have a look. Northern hemisphere up, and boy, oh boy, lots of SO2 up at the North Pole. I hope the elves in Santa have breathing apparatus. That is not good for you. And then, of course, we see the heavier areas, India, China, those places. We're still seeing the remnants of stuff from Popocatépetl here. And then in Africa, of course, that's Naimura doing a lot of the stuff there. Looking at down here in the south and the Antarctic region, we do see these lighter wisps of material, and that is SO2 being released by the snow. As the snow melts, the SO2, of course, gets re-released, and it goes from there. So that's kind of what you're looking at. In a nutshell, though, we really don't need to go over too much more of this. We can see what's going on. We do have a low here, so a little bit of a streak in here, some rain washing out the SO2, but looks like we're going to be inundated with a fair amount, and Hawaii is still putting out a fair amount of SO2 as well. And looks like North America is not giving too much of a reprieve here, as we see it covering most areas with at least a thin coat, and some areas with a little bit heavier stuff. So, especially over here, looking at eastern Canada, St. Lawrence Seaway, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, PEI. It seems to be it's sitting right on top of them as the low pressure system is right here in New Brunswick. A little bit of a reprieve in between here, but then we get back into the North American industrial belt, and that's what we got there. And then, of course, that's what we see from our wonderful Popocatépetl, and it's finally getting pulled apart here as far as the SO2 levels being reduced. And Central America doing its thing. South America, well, it looks like a little bit into the water, but most of it staying home for Colombia from Nevado de Ruz and Parisi, and then from Ecuador, which is Sangay and Reventador. And then, of course, down here, Sabancaya in Peru, dumping its stuff out into the Pacific as well. And Chile, keeping most of it fairly close to home. Some of it, of course, going into Argentina and just north of Rio, fair amounts of SO2. And down here, South Sandwich Islands, Michael volcano is right here, creating that plume. But it does look like we got a little bit coming from the next island over. So double whammy over there. All right, I'm going to go take the break. We'll come back to New Zealand and onward for our rest of our stuff here. So let me get these other screens going again, hopefully, and that will work. That one is not going. Okay, let's click on here and click on there and click on there. Will that get it going? All right. Yep, they're all working. Okay, that is good. What's the lowest elevation of the SO2 plumes cloud mass, Dr. Falk? The lowest elevation can be down at the ground level. SO2 technically is heavier than O2 because you have an extra S in there. That means it's heavier. So yeah, it could be down there. Could be anywhere in the atmosphere, technically. Anyway, I'm going to go take that break. I'll be back after a few songs. Keep smiling. Here we go. Music. I'll be back. Hit the like button. Thanks. And there we go. The microphone is back on, and there, a wonky donkey, abort, abort, abort. Okay, do not point the lasers at the core. I told you that doesn't work well. It messes with everybody's day. All right, we don't need that. Please don't do that. Those are powerful, and they can wreck things. Especially the Earth's rotation can be affected by it, and stabilization of the inner core. The innermost core will be affected by you injecting photons in there, and it doesn't work. And never mind gravity, it's the other problems that come with it. Okay. Anyway, thank you, Mars, for the welcome back there, as well as Barbara and Sue and Kananaska's country and Kathleen. And I hear you, Dr. Fox. Thanks for stopping, Wonky Donkey. What do you mean too late? Turn the switch off. Holy Batman, the guy is crazy. What do you expect for a donkey, eh? Oh, boy. How do I get it through to him? That is a dangerous weapon. Do not point it at the core. Simple as that. The inner core, the photons, not a good mix. That is what I love snowstorms like this. There is no snowstorm here. We've been getting rain and stuff today. Early this morning we had snow, but it turned to rain again. It's not good. Not good here anyway. Anyway, let's continue on. Enough with the shenanigans, and Wonky Donkey will cease and desist with what he's doing, and we'll stop that for now, right? He thinks he's driving the Death Star there or something. We got to slow him down. Is everyone floating yet? No, we're not floating. And I've used the remote control to turn it off. Okay, so you are not allowed to fire the lasers anymore. I've solved the problem. All right, and not till next time we get to it. Not around the volcano, it will melt. Yeah, no floating here. All right. No. Yeah, Wonky, you want to float again? You just hop on one of Mars's rockets there when he's taking off. He'll let you out up when you get up into orbit, okay? Once you get on orbit, you can float all you want up there. Microgravity. Although gravity will still affect you, okay? Eventually you will come down. I promise you that. What? Dope. Yeah, it happens. All right, let's carry on. We were going to go finish off our SO2 map. Let's get back over to it before a wonky donkey sidetracks us again. Anyway, we looked at everything else, so we're going to carry on from New Zealand. Not seeing too much coming from White Isle Volcano. And looks like Australia here, normal stuff. The coking plants north of Sydney, the oil refinery down near Melbourne, and then, of course, it looks like possibly some brush fires or something north of Brisbane there. Hopefully everything is okay. Tonga, not very much output at all. And also, well, let's see, a fair output from Vanuatu. And Papua New Guinea looks like Manam is dumping out a little bit extra here, but that is okay. Luotabai Laki Laki is over here. This is looks like it's coming from Luotalak, from the extra plume. I don't know if I'm right about that, but we'll see in the future. That should start showing up again. And Java, of course, being covered with pretty much a consistent layer up in the north here of heavier material. So Semeru doing its thing, slam it in the middle here. Jakarta with lots of people, and Krakatau doing that. And looks like most of the SO2 is staying on board here for Sumatra. We have, of course, Corinthi, that is, where are you? Right here. Corinthi. There. So Corinthi is putting out a bunch of SO2. And then we go up here, and the other one is Marapi, and that's drifting to the south there from it. So that is all good, and drifting to the south from our Cinnabung as well. And that is, where are you? Right there, underneath there. Cinnabung. There we go. So those are the active degassing volcanoes. Looks like Singapore, not too bad today. And getting over to our Halmahera Island, Ibu and Dakono producing this, which is pretty normal for those guys. Can Leon and Mayon and Taal doing their thing here in the Philippines. The Marianas are dumping out their stuff as usual. Pollution from Taiwan, and moving over a little bit more. Suwanoshijima here dumping out a little bit, and seeing some plume here. Kind of hard to tell, but it looks like from Sakurajima. And this one here from Aso, and that is going there as well. Southward trend. And I'm not sure if we got some eruptive activity out here producing SO2, but we do see Tokyo's got a little bit of a higher level. And of course, our wonderful Asama is up there letting it out in that direction. So that's what we've got going on there. That gets us back up to the Kamchatka Peninsula, and we do see it twirling around. We know that it is doing its thing in this low sitting right here, almost on Piramashir Island, and there's higher levels there. So Ibako, Chikarachki, and maybe Alade over here in the other island are putting out some SO2 as well. Let's leave those guys be, and we have China, bad stuff, Beijing, Wuhan, Shanghai, all very, very heavy levels. Looking at India, up in the northern portions of India, very heavy levels there as well. Still see that circulation out here in the Indian Ocean, but it's not affecting Sri Lanka as much, so they are getting higher levels of SO2 once again. And the South Africa gold smelting continuing on there. And over here, what the heck is it? Reunion Island called? Oh, never mind. It's a Reunion Island over here doing its thing. And then Nyamuragira, the main culprit, but Nyiragongo also there in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. And this is some of that residual stuff that's been floating away for a day or two. Too much pollution there to be able to tell, but there is a little bit of a darker patch here, and that is likely from Urta Ale and the Danakil Depression. And of course, we see the heavier spots here in Saudi Arabia, and well, Kuwait not showing as heavy, but it's got some SO2 there. And of course, Iraq, Iran, Lebanon, even here in Egypt, as well as Turkey. And those are oil refineries doing their thing, so levels a little higher. But I'm happy to report that Piggy has really, really good levels right now, and a 1.23. That is probably the best air she's had in a month. Okay, so that is awesome. We see the stuff coming off of Mount Etna. We also see this plume coming out of Libya, and that is residual stuff from Mount Etna that came down before, and that might even be part of Nyamuragira's stuff that's kind of drifting away. But I know a lot of it came into Libya and then Algeria, and kind of sat in there, went as far as Mali and Niger and down on the bottom. And looking here on the island of Sicily, this is Mount Etna right in here, and it definitely has its plume But here, what are we seeing over here? Hardly anything coming from our Stromboli. So has Stromboli gone quiet on us? That's an interesting concept or question. We are seeing stuff up here in the north, and of course, that's from Herzegovina and Serbia and those areas, Bosnia, and that is uh, getting all the way over into the northern portions of Italy. Spain and Portugal, not bad. France has got light levels. Germany, slightly heavier levels, a little bit more moderate. Belgium and Holland are about the same. They're not overly bad, but we do see parts of Denmark also with some heavy levels, and Poland definitely, as well as all the way up here into Estonia, those places, and seeing some heavier levels. Up in the north here, not that bad in Norway, Sweden, and Finland if you're getting away from the southern edges. So that's pretty good there. And then looking at England, yeah, southern half here, and Wales definitely getting a fair amount of SO2. Hopefully, not too bad over in Scotland, and Ireland, North Ireland look better as well. Iceland definitely looking better SO2 wise, but it's getting that wind from the south. And when it gets that of course, we've been seeing the wind from the north. Now we got warmer air coming in from the south again, and that is going to mess things up and create that higher humidity level, cause more fog and this rain and possibly snow if it's cold enough. So that's what we got going on there. That's our SO2 report for today. I hope everyone is okay with that one. And let's get on to our next thing, and that is our weather. And we'll try to keep this fairly quick and see if we can wrap up the stream. So, looking first off for storms, and we do see one here, and that is in the southern parts of the Indian Ocean. It's 92S, and it looks like it is going to end up coming in somewhere around just north of Madagascar. So very interesting to see that. I don't know how quick it is. We should maybe take a look. Wind speeds, wind gusts, and really not that heavy right now. Wind speed about the same. Precipitation, that's where the stormy energy is. It's all laden with a bunch of thunderstorms and quite a big area there that is being affected. So that is what our 92S is all about over there. Looking at North America, we are seeing still fairly warm in the provinces and up here in Alaska for the most part, even the Yukon, but we're going to see this start to migrate back south with cold temps. And we do see that we have a low sitting here in southern Saskatchewan. That's probably causing that snowstorm that Kananaska's country is doing. I ask the best question for a donkey, don't I? What? You ask something? Good question. When the poles the flip, is there a point in time when gravity is canceled out and everything floats for a second or an hour or two or a year? No. The pole flipping doesn't have anything to do with gravity. Gravity is caused by mass. Okay, I hope that explains it. The mass value hasn't changed, therefore the gravity won't change. Flipping the poles all you want, that's just going to mess up your compass and all the birds in the world and everyone else. I hope that is understandable there, Wonky Donkey. Yeah. Yes, we have strong northern winds Yep, I can see them. They're coming from the north there. And let's see, wind speed, precipitation. Oh, look at that, snow flaking everywhere. And let's see, there's a swift current. So you're not in the thick of it. And these guys down here are, though, south of Medicine Hat, and it's heading towards Montana. So they got the brunt of it down here. So you're just getting skirted by here, and you just got enough snowflakes to be good. That actually sounds interesting, Sophie. Oh, what did Sophie say? Greenlandic television. Back was watching KNR. Okay, I'm trying to catch up on that. What the heck is a KNR? Anyway, Cypress Hills. Yep, that's here. There's kind of mountainous areas. That's um, that's where it's getting and doing its thing. So a little bit of snow there for those guys. And looking to the eastern portions, yeah, we see cold in northern Ontario, Quebec, and Labrador, Newfoundland, and Nova Scotia. A little bit warmer still, not so bad there in Cole Harbour. 2 degrees. That's awesome. But we get a little further north, it looks like it's getting colder. That low is going to move over, and when that does, it's going to start drawing down that cold air as the circulation goes around, and it'll pull more cold air down, and that'll affect that whole top end here. So, pretty cool. Get it? It's cool. Okay, never mind. Bad humor. Grandma B's house, she's got about 12 degrees Celsius right now. That's a pretty posh temperature for this time of year. And California looks pretty good too. San Francisco sitting at about 14 or so. Let's see, Sacramento 16, Redding about 12. What's Medford sitting at about 7? Eugene 9, Salem 8, Portland 9. Yep, and Vancouver sitting at about 7, Seattle about 8 or 9. So a pretty normal there. Central America, not bad. We do see Mexico up to 34 degrees in some spots, but not very much of it. Acapulco sitting at about 28. Looks like Cancun about 24, 25. And just looking for hot spots now. Don't see anything too crazy here. We got 30, 31s in Colombia and Venezuela. And that is about it there. Looks like Brazil has got some heavy weather there too. Some hot spots, 30 degrees over there, and 29s and 30s in the eastern portions. And then, of course, the south here, we're getting a little bit of a mix here, but that's okay. Argentina, though, showing up to about 28 degrees. Some nice temperatures there. Buenos Aires sitting at 16. Rio is coming in at 23, 21 in Sao Paulo, and looks like about 19 in Paysandu. Let's leave that be, and we'll go over to New Zealand just a real quick peek. Christchurch 23, Wellington 19, Hastings 23, Hamilton 20, 21 in Auckland, and getting over to Hobart and Tasmania, 16 degrees there. Looking at Melbourne 16, Adelaide coming in at about 20, 21, and Sydney sitting at about 22, 23. Brisbane coming in about 28, and here in the outback, 40 degrees. We have seen a 40 so far. I don't know if there's anything warmer than a 40. And let's see, is there any other spots? No, I'm going to call it at a 40, and pretty much normal looking for most of Indonesia and the Malaysian areas. A big low sitting here between Indonesia and Australia. hopefully that won't cause too many storms. And of course, looking at Japan, we're seeing the cold air blasting off of the Asian continent, getting across the Sea of Japan and also up here in the Sea of Okhotsk. And we do see still minus ones there for the high temp, and maybe even a couple of zeros there, or even a warmer, +1 on the Kamchatka Peninsula kind of thing. So that's still there. That's all good. And we're seeing 13 in Jakarta. We got 11 there in Delhi, and Cape Town coming in at about 16. And we are starting to see some warmer temps here as well. 31s there. Johannesburg is 20 degrees, and we don't see anything too warm in Africa right now. Looks like Dubai 22, Riyadh coming in at about 17, and Baghdad sitting at 11, Cairo coming in at 11, Beirut coming in at 19 on the coast there, Malekja sitting at 3 degrees, Adana sitting at 9 or 10, 8 or 9, something like that. And Piggy's house a little bit warmer because she's getting the wind from the south at 18 degrees Celsius right now. That's pretty good. Katnia sitting at 10, and Redenzo sitting at 2. And we'll take a look here. Naples 10, Rome 8, Milano coming in at 3, and Madrid is 3, Lisbon 11, Nantes coming in at 3. No, 7, I mean, not 3. 7, 6 in Paris. Munich is a 2. Frankfurt is a 5. Cologne is a 5. Von Konkelshaus about 5. And we got about 5 in Brussels. Amsterdam got about 6. Looks like maybe even up to a 7 somewhere up in the north there. Berlin is 3 degrees. Hamburg a 5. Lübeck a 5. And going up to Copenhagen, 4 degrees. Aarhus a 3. And Oslo coming in at a 1. Stockholm -1. Helsinki a -1. And St. Petersburg -4. Brr. And London coming in about 7 or 8 degrees. And it looks like Wales along the coast about 8, but the interior here 4, 5 degrees kind of thing. And that looks like pretty much the same for most of England. 6 in Leeds. Glasgow coming in at a 4. Aberdeen sitting at 6. Highlands somewhere around 0 or 1. And Dublin sitting at about 4, and then looking over here where Irish Monk's House is, 4 or 5 degrees. Looking real quick at Iceland, and as I mentioned, they're getting that flow from the south, so they're getting the banana belt weather. The Gulf Stream is making it up there, and warming everything up. So 9 degrees there in Reykjavik, 9 degrees, wow. Grindvik 9 degrees, eruptive area 9 degrees, Yardvik 9, Reykjanes is 9, Keflavik 9, the airport 9. Wow, that is pretty wild. And let's see what we got for temperatures over on this side, 7s. And I was hoping they'd show communities over here. I'm looking for Höfen. Höfen is here. This is Höfen. Höfen is 5 degrees. I didn't realize that was a natural harbor with this going around it. That's pretty cool. All right, must be a fishing village, and we'll leave that there. Let's go take a look for the coldest temperatures on the planet. And Antarctica is not the place that's got it. I can tell you that right now. -40 in Antarctica is what I see so far. Looking for -41, and I don't see one. -40 is what we got here. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. -41. Where are you? There's got to be a -41 in here. Minus 40. Where are you? Minus 41. Minus 39s, minus 40s, and minus 40. I'm not doing so good. Minus a 40. All right, where's a minus a 41? Maybe in a different layer or up here. Minus a 36, 37s. And nope, that is not going to work. Minus a 40. Boy. It's, I guess I'm going to get paid back today for yesterday. I figured she probably went through every inch of this and made sure she got that temperature. All right, I'm going with minus 40, unfortunately, and I can't do any better. Let's go take a look at that Greenland. Maybe I can save myself by getting a minus of 52 here. There's a minus of 42 I got. Looking for a colder in Greenland, minus a 42 so far. And there's a minus 43 in here. I just went over it. Minus a 42. Where is it? Minus a 42. 41, 42. Okay. I'm not seeing it there. Minus a 41s. Minus a 42. I could swear it was right in here. There, it is in here. I've seen it again. There it is. Minus a 43 so far. All right, up there, minus 43. So we at least have that established. And let's see. What about this area? Nope. What about these? And there's a minus a 42. I need a colder than that though. I gotta get minus a 45 out of this somewhere to save myself. At least there's some more minus a 42s. All right, what about these spots here? Nope, nope, nope. Let's go back into the main body and see. Minus 42 is what we got. We need minus a 43. No, minus a 44, I mean. Something like that. Minus 37s. Nope, I'm not seeing it there. No, I think I'm beating a dead horse here. Going back into here. Let's go double check this stuff. Minus a 39s, minus a 40, 41. There's a minus a 42 we had. A 42s. Oh, there's a minus a 43. Okay, let's take a look at where that minus 43 is, and we'll see if we have a minus a 44 right in here somewhere. Minus a 43, and minus a 43, and not seeing a minus a 44. Darn it. I was hoping. Okay, going back up a little bit more here. Don't see anything there. Minus a 41. Not there. Minus a 39s for that area. Minus a 37s, 38s. What about here? Minus a 42. And, yep. I don't see a minus a 43 there even. Minus a 42. We have minus a 43, so I'm looking for the elusive minus 44, which I'm not able to spot today. And I know it's Sue's revenge for being beat yesterday again. I gotta stop doing that. Oh, what I got there? Minus a 43. Right in there. Let's zoom in there for a second. That might be a good sign. Minus a 43. Minus a 43. 42. 43. 43. And that's where it stops. It's minus 43 right there. Looking for cold. I'm not seeing it along those lines. Okay, minus a 43. Let's see if we can find that minus 44. There's a 42s again. And do we have a minus a 44? Nope, don't see it there. Don't see it here. Don't see it along here. 39s. Nope. No, 37s. Maybe these spots here, minus 38s, 39s. What about in here? 37s, 38s. And what about in here? Minus a 38. I'm losing my patience and my battle. The battle, oh, hang on, what's this? Minus a 38 right here. And minus a 39. Minus 36. No. Minus a 43 is what we got. And I'm just not seeing anything colder than that. I hate to say it, but I have to go for it. And good night, John. Take care. And we'll take a look and see what we can find for our Canadian guys now. Hopefully, I'll be able to find something reasonable for Canada, eh? And there's a minus 39s, minus a 40s. And what have we got? A minus a 40 so far. Don't see anything colder there. This all looks okay in here. Minus 37s, 39s, and do we? Yeah, there's a minus 40, minus 41 right in here, and don't see anything colder so far. We got the minus 41. And now to go hunt in the special zone here, minus a 40. There's a minus a 43 right there. So that's a minus a 43. Minus a 30s, 41s, 43. And looking for minus a 44. Don't see it in here. Minus a 43. Okay, so a minus 43 so far, and looking at the rest of it, I don't see it. Minus a 43, and there's a 42, and I'm looking for minus a 44, minus a 41 again. There's another minus a 43. Oh, there we had a minus a 45. Right there, minus a 45. Do we have a minus a 46? Looking for a minus a 46, minus a 45 we have, and we're looking for a minus a 46, minus a 45, where is a minus a 46? I don't see a minus a 46. Oh boy, I am going to get so beat today. I know Sue's probably just sitting there chuckling. It's just, payback, payback. I'm going to get you. There's a minus a 44 again, minus 45. Maybe in here. And no, I don't see it yet. Minus a 45. And we have a minus a 45. Looking at the other regions. No, I don't see it. We have a minus a 45. All right, a minus a 45 over there. Let's try a couple other spots. Minus a 37s, minus a 42, minus 43, right in here. But I don't see anything colder. We have a minus a 45. And looking for a minus a 46. And I'm not seeing it. Maybe if I zoom out and see the layers. Minus a 45. There's a 42. There's a 45 right there. Do we have a 46 in the layer? No. Minus a 45. 38. No. 41s. Oh yeah, minus a 45 is all I can find. Darn it. And yeah, I think I'm going to be beat. I'm real bad. Minus a 45. Let's see what we got here. Minus a 30, so that ain't going to cut it. No way, Jose. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to have to give up on a minus a 45. Is all I can find. Let's take a look and see what Alaska has and how badly I'm going to get beat there. Minus a 45, no, minus a 30 right there. And don't see anything colder. What do we got here? Minus 31. And there's another minus a 31. And I think slim pickings there in Alaska. Minus 31 for Alaska. Now let's go find a tough one here in Russia. And I'm hoping I'm going to find a minus 82 because that'll help me a whole bunch. And what are we looking for? And we got the minus a 41 already. And minus a 40s. 42 in here. Minus a 42. I don't see it there. Minus a 42. So far in there, there's a more minus a 42s. I should zoom in and just double check here real quick. Minus a 42. And no, oh, there's a minus a 43 in here somewhere. Just seen that. Where'd you go? Or was it just flipping the numbers? Oh, no, it is there. Minus a 43. So we have minus a 43. Let's continue on and look for colder temperatures. Minus a 37s. And there's more cold stuff here. Minus a 40s. 39s up into that loop. 38's there. Let's go take a look at some of the other stuff here. Minus a 40, 41 over here. And these little spots, minus 39s. There's a minus a 43 right in here. Let's take a closer look. Minus a 43. And I'm not seeing it getting any colder. Minus a 43 so far. 41's along here. 40s. Oh, did I see something pop up here? Nope, that is a minus a 40, 41s. 42s there. What about this region? 42. We got a minus a 43, so that's right there. Looking for minus a 44. And not seeing a minus a 44 in here yet. And let's see what we can find. Minus a 44 on the, wow, we're looking for it. It's being elusive. A minus a 37s, 38s, 39s. What about down here? Minus a 40. And the 38s, 39s, again, very tough to find with all this splotchy weather. We've got minus a 43, so let's take a look in this northern region. There's a minus a 41, 43 right in here. And that is right there, 43. Looking for minus a 45 we got now, so that's right there, minus a 46. Looking for minus a 47. And do we see it? Minus a 47. I don't see it yet. Looking at the other areas here, so minus a 46 we got. Looking for minus a 47. And that's not hanging around there. Further up here, maybe? No. Minus a 30s. And not happy. Minus a 40, 41. A 42 right in there. Minus a 42. and moving up here a little bit more, we don't see anything. So yeah, we got minus 46. I am running out of places to look here. So oh wow, I haven't looked over here, did I? Maybe we'll try this a chunk. And there's a minus a 30, 40s, and a minus a 30s, 40, and hard to see. Let's see, 39s, 37s, minus a 36s. No, we need a colder than a minus a 40. A minus 39 is not going to help us. And let's see, minus 36s, 37s, 38s, there's 39s in here. And still not seeing the magic. Oh, there's minus a 43 right in there, minus a 44. We see that. We already have minus 46, so minus a 44 is close, but not giving us much proper info here, if you will. And let's see, what about this area? Minus 39s, 42s, and 37s. And boy, there's a more minus 42s, 43s. And what about over here? We already got minus 46. There's another 44. And there should be a more cold temps there if we got minus 44. Minus 41, 42, 43s. And there we go. Looking at what we got. Yep, minus 42s. Yeah, I got minus 46, so I don't think I'm going to find anything colder. I'm going to leave it as that. And I know I've probably got the beating. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, minus 46. Let's see. Dark loses by 1 degree there. Tide in Russia. Phew. Okay. Overall, what, 3 degree beating? I'm pretty sure of that, if not 4. I'm going to be hurting tonight, that's for sure. So, yeah, that's all I can do. Overall, I bet you I got whooped big time. And, yeah, Doc loses by 3 degrees. It's a 3rd-degree beating. Oh, boy. Let's get rid of that. Oh, snap, it says. Yep. That is an oh, snap. Hey, did we get another quake up there? 6.4 in Attic, Alaska area. That same place where it was swarming. Brand new quake up there, 6.4. So, yeah, that is what we got. No tsunami. Yep, it is definitely got another quake. So, yeah, congratulations to Sue. And thanks for playing the game. Oh, cool. Yep, brand new quake right there. And that is a 6.4. And that's about 85 kilometers away from Attic, Alaska. And that is, what are they saying, depth-wise? 43 kilometers down and no tsunami. So that is what we got on the list there. More movement for the either North American and or Pacific plate. One of them's going somewhere, or maybe they're both moving a little bit, and that'll cause it. Anyway, that's it for our earthquakes and for our weather and for our SO2. And unfortunately, we have zero visibility there in Iceland as far as views are concerned. I wish we had better stuff to look at. Unfortunately, the weather conditions are not allowing us. It is just about midnight there in Iceland. It should be midnight. It's after midnight. Why is that camera so far behind? That one says live. Where's the other one? That'd be in here. Let's put that on live. There, 23 minutes after midnight. That makes more sense. Okay, they're both working now. Yeah, that's better. Darn it, I hate when they happen like that. All right, great Sitkins, Tanaga as well. Yes, that's true. That's what's up there. But we'll see how it affects it there, Sue. Thanks for the fun stream, Dr. Fox. Have a great evening. Thank you, Sharon. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Big thank you to Kathleen for throwing in that 5-pack of gift memberships, and to Grandma B for gifting that one membership. That wonderful support is always appreciated. Thank you, guys. And a big thanks to all of you, the audience, for being here today. Also, a big thank you to our wonderful moderators, Arizona Snowman and Piggy and Sue and C&D Boy and Yvonne Kunkel, Gura and Siggy and Gary at 24/7 Live, AZ Skies. Thank you, everyone. Thank you and good night and to Lizoid and Sue, of course. Take care. Kananaskis country, you take care. Stay warm and safe. And Billy Bob Joe as well. And Sophie and John and everyone else. Good night to all of you. And did I say good night to Sharon? Wonky Donkey does a map and projection on what? Work on apples. Map projection work on apples? No, Wonky Donkey, it doesn't. Stop messing with the apples. Good night, Rochelle. Good night, Wonky Donkey. Good night, everyone. Take care. And please have yourselves a wonderful evening, night, morning, or day, depending on where you are around the planet. And please don't let the Wonky Donkey fool you or trick you into any things. If he asks you to do something, ignore him. Just ignore him. That's all I got to say. He'll bray it out, but he needs to behave. Don't let him push any buttons either in the thing there, in the drill. Anyway, I'm going to get going. Please take care of yourselves, everyone. Have a wonderful evening. And what I always add to the last comment here, and that's please tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, Dr. Fox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. We'll see everyone tomorrow. Take care and good night, and oink oink.